morning. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Hello, Crime Junkie Jurors. It is day 2 of the trial 2, Kerry Reed trial. We are here. We survived day 1, barely, and now we are here for day 2. So I am so excited to see y'all. So is Lucy. You can't tell it right now because she is primping herself. She wasn't ready to go live, and now she's primping herself, and that's okay too. But Lucy says good morning. We are here live April 23rd, 2025. Today is day 2 of the Kerry Reed trial, and we are ready for it. So if you missed yesterday, I did get a little recap done for y'all yesterday. So there is a little recap of just kind of the high points of what you may have missed. And then, of course, the more deep dive recap will be in the podcast episode at the end of the week. So we'll put it all together and take a look at everything and see what we may have missed. We'll compare things to testimony from last year. I'm blurry, aren't I? Hold on. I got to do that where I do the force and it makes it. See? Look at that. I'm more than just a YouTube personality. I have the force to make it unblurry. I am so glad to see y'all this morning. I have, after yesterday, I was looking at my inbox and it's like blowing up from all of these people who are like, oh my gosh, did you see the trial? Yeah, bro, that's what I do for a living. It's funny because all of my people who aren't normally into, like all of my real life, like can lean over and touch them people who aren't really into true crime stuff necessarily are like messaging me like, oh my gosh, have you heard about this trial? Yeah. It's what I do. It's where I've been the last couple years. It's why you haven't seen me the last couple years. I've been busy doing this. Yeah, I know all about it. So that's been kind of funny. But you know, that's all right. I am, oh, last channel dropped. People don't know where I went. I put a little video on the last channel, or on the other channel, I should say, because it's still there. I did put a little video on there, but I'll make sure I go in today and put something that is very clear about where I'm at so that people don't get lost. All right, I've got the OnlyFan ready to be pulled up. Let me move all of my 748 other tabs so that we can get this show on the road. Let me turn up the volume, get this party started. I have my notes that I'll be taking my notes for today. I also have my notes from the last trial because y'all know I love a spreadsheet, and we are going to compare everything that we've heard. So we'll see what is said that's different, what is said that's the same, what has changed, what is coming, all those good things. So we're going to go over all of that kind of as we go. If you missed yesterday, I tried to do that yesterday as we were going. I have my spreadsheet out. So anything that was different or anything that changed, there were actually a few things that I think I pointed out during the direct. And then I was like, that's not what they said last time, or that's changed. And then they brought it up in the cross-examination. So look at me just on top of things. I am very, very, very excited for today. I have been getting texts from the courthouse this morning. I did hear that after Kerry Roberts finishes, we expect to hear from Peggy O'Keefe, John's mom. So we'll see how that goes. And also Trooper Guarino is expected to testify today. So we'll see how that goes. Remember, the judge ruled yesterday that they will not have an independent reader come and read those text messages. So that means that Trooper Guarino will be reading them. For those who didn't watch the last trial, Trooper Guarino, when he was up on the stand, he had a moment, and the camera caught him. Hold on, y'all heard that air conditioner come on? I can turn it off. Because you probably heard it, huh? Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Can you hear that? Let's see. I'll sit here and sweat for y'all. So that the air conditioner's not loud. My desk in the condo is like right beside the air thing. So, oh, you didn't hear it? Oh, hey, I ain't sweating for y'all then. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, and we're back. I have the noise protector things on, so because
you are unmuted.
Oh, we are unmuted. So you're not supposed to hear it, but sometimes you can. So, all right, here we go. You are unmuted.
Please be seated. Court is in session. 22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right. So I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Last night we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Guarino. Many of these reports are Cellbrite reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Guarino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14. And we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night.
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Guarino would then refer to a separate document, they're just simply in order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, and Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Guarino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so they'd have notice days before Trooper Guarino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your,
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Guarino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
what do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Guarino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Guarino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, yeah, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would
Jury's
be
not
great.
in yet.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay,
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Guarino.
okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay,
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank
All
you.
right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. He did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in? for a call?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon if tomorrow is a better day for him.
Live in the state.
Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
We will make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So we will do the best.
All right, so that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire, all right? I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before, when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question, please?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the targets, one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out, I need to figure out that at least.
That's
And there,
very helpful.
okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exactly. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay.
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get the clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what? Let's see counsel at sidebar both schedule.
All right, I vote for them all to have like the Britney Spears style microphones that they can walk around in the courtroom. I cannot turn on closed captions. Hold on, let me see. It's telling me closed captions are not available right now. Yeah, headsets would be great. I know that some of these things, you know, they stand up and just talk about things and they're not in front of a microphone, and I get that. But I like for them to be in front of a microphone because I'm nosy and I want to hear everything that's happening. Oh, Big Brother house microphones that go around your neck. That's a good idea. Let's all work together as one big jury team and see if we can get some sent over there. Or like the Survivor ones, or like the Naked and Afraid ones, you know, like where they have the, that's a good idea. Look at John Pearson, always coming up with great ideas. Hey.
All right. So are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe is not in there right now. She is going to testify today. Peggy O'Keefe is going to be taking the stand today, so she is not in the courtroom at this time. But we expect to hear from her later. So I know it's hard, not easy to hear when they are not standing at a microphone, but those were, this cord is like Driving me crazy. Get your life together, Brandi. Okay, there we go. So I know it's kind of hard to hear. The defense is upset because they say that there are I'm getting text from inside the courtroom. So they are objecting, the defense is objecting to a PowerPoint presentation and materials that they were given last night. They said that they received them late last night about, it's like the phone data stuff that's coming from the phone extractions. But the thing is, it's not like, hey, here's the phone extraction. It's stuff from the phone extraction that was put into a presentation. The problem with that is Brennan don't have a good track record with facts, y'all. So this is one of those things that you obviously, especially with it being a big part of testimony, they're bringing it in on day 2. The defense needs to be able to have time to go through any presentations that are being used and be able to verify the accuracy of it. Because even one small thing could be, could make a big difference. So they want to be able to go through, verify that what is being presented is what is being presented, that it's not cherry picked, that it's the full picture or whatever it is that they're wanting to check. So they got this material late last night, and Miss Little was like, hey, dude, we haven't had time to go through this, and we need to be able to verify the accuracy and be able to look at it and see what all's on here. And we don't have time to do that because they sent this at like 10 or 11 o'clock last night. And so Brennan's argument is, well, they've had it since 2023. Okay, yes, they have had the information, but they have not had the presentation. And that is the problem. So the judge says, yes, you are entitled to be able to look to see whatever is being presented to be used. So they will have time for that. So there's that. After the inverted video is like the reason, like that's the perfect example of the reason why we need to be able to look at things before. And I say we as if I'm part of, the actual court. I'm just a part of our little jury box here, but that's okay. I think that the inverted video is the perfect example of why things need to be looked at and, seen before they come in. Did you guys see that Kerry Roberts was on Good Morning America this morning, despite being in the middle of her testimony? I did see that. I have not seen the actual what she said, but somebody did send me that clip and said that she was on there, her and Brendan Kane. I have not seen what they said. Do we know when it was recorded? That's not normally something that, is done during testimony. So maybe it was done before. I don't know. I need more information. Here we go. Come on. They're bringing her in right now.
Hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
I'm not gonna lie. I love how one minute we see Auntie Bev, like, excuse me, y'all need to do this and this and this. And then the jurors come in. She's like, hi, guys. How are we today? She addresses the jury like a kindergarten teacher, and I love it. I love it because it's like when your mom, like is like pulling you by the ear in the, Piggly Wiggly parking lot, but then you get inside and she's like, everything's fine.
Good morning.
Smiling. Yeah, that's what she reminds me of.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct.
At some point you left.
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm pinning. If y'all are needing to know who's here, I pin it at the top of chat. So whoever's on the stand will be pinned at the top of chat so that you know.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
Good to know, Sydney Gilbert. Thank you.
Thank you. One final. It's a clip. 12C would be just fine. Thank you.
Yeah, this was a big point during the last trial. It's like she didn't take her shoes off. Guilty.
Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman?
Jackson will be doing cross.
How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat, then be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her, and I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no, I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes,
And could you tell us how it felt?
it was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes,
Did you brush it off from both sides?
yes,
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No,
Bare hands?
yes,
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No,
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT, in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes,
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area,
Yes,
but none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items.
yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes,
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before until you gave it to a first responder?
I
It
do
was,
not.
it was
At
6:50.
some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes,
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes,
And was the
I
heat
I
on?
think I
and-
kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree, barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you
right
describe
near-
what you mean by spun out?
Oh, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes,
That's-
John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg." And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement.
Hearsay.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
All right. A lot of that is a lot of the same stuff that we heard last time. There are a lot more details this time that that she's giving, but a lot of that is the same stuff from last year about the one eye being black and swollen at the scene, and by the time they were at the hospital, both eyes were black. About Karen Reed saying that she dropped John off at a party, and Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him." And then Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." I think that's one of the reasons, too, that Karen Reed has said before in different interviews that she felt like Mrs. O'Keefe had blamed her from the beginning. This is Paul O'Keefe. This is John's brother.
With the court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a photograph.
Yeah.
Recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I'd ask that the camera not film that, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it. May I approach around?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person,
Yes.
spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Hearsay.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes, I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you are active in the community at all?
Yes,
Sports, children?
yes, yes,
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
yes,
Did you know any first responders?
yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father, and
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes,
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
yes,
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't
did.
Answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
They said in the last trial that Mrs.
With court's
O'Keefe told
permission, I
them to
would
make
like
the
to
timeline.
play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
Six 6:09:50. So this would be Saraf. He was the first on scene. And he's the one who pulled up right behind Kerry's SUV. Yes, that's Kerry's SUV.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
She wasn't picking up the phone and the blankets yet.
Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Okay, you can see right there, Kerry's getting into the car. She's reaching in the car. She got her phone. You can see her walking around to the side. She's on her phone. She's making a phone call. I know it's hard to see because it's dash cam and it's snowy and
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please.
All right, they're putting John on the stretcher.
Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
All right, this is when she's about to walk over and grab the phone.
Oh.
His phone. You see her lean down by the flagpole. She grabs his phone and puts it in her pocket and gets the blankets off the ground.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it. I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please. What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
At this point, steps are recording on John's phone, so presumably she still has John's phone in her pocket.
please stop. Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
Yeah, that's what's frustrating about the ring cams. There is a ring cam. There are ring cams on those streets, but they told the police, oh yeah, it didn't catch anything. So the police never tried to get it. They never took it any further than that. They were just like, oh, it didn't get anything. Cool. Peace out. Why weren't those blankets
Stop,
collected by
please,
police?
for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
My big
Continue,
issue
please.
is why the phone wasn't collected by the police. Why? Because Kerry Roberts went over and grabbed it. It should have been picked up by a police officer. And there should have been a chain of custody for it. And there's not. In the last trial, Kerry Roberts said that she does not remember who she gave the phone to.
Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
I'll note the time is 6:21:22.
This is the exact time that John's phone stops recording steps. Well, for a few minutes anyway. For about 5 minutes.
Do you know where you walked?
No,
Are
I do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
This is a question I've asked myself a lot. Why don't we have audio from Jen and Karen inside the police car?
Stop, please. This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Ms. McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue.
So at 6:23, this is the time that Jen McCabe
Ms.
says
Gilman, when
that
it reaches
she,
6:24:18, if you would stop again.
this is the time that Jen McCabe says that she Googled how long to die in the cold because Karen asked her to.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Now, at some point, so Good arrived at 6:16, and at some point, that is when he put Karen and Jen in his patrol car 682. So that is theoretically where they are at right now. He arrived at 6:16. I don't know what time they actually got in the car, but Jen was still on the dash cam at 6:17 right after he arrived. But the Google searches were from like 6:23 and 49 seconds for the first one, and then 6:23 and 51 seconds for the second. Then the other one was 6:24 and 18 seconds. Which is why he paused it at 6:24 and 18 seconds. Giving y'all some context here. There were other cars with dash cam, and they do show those in the other trial. I have always wondered why they never showed the ones with from Sergeant Good's car, where if they're inside the car, you would be able to hear them. But if someone was screaming in front of my house, I'd look out and then go out. I would be out there like vacuuming my driveway. I would want to see
Did you notice
everything.
the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
that was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
6:26:25. Continue, please.
So 6:26:25. This is when the steps start back up on John's phone. So this is,
And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
so this is showing that wherever she wasn't
Do you know
moving
where
for
the
those
cell
5
phone
minutes.
is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
I'm comparing this with the time steps from John's phone, and it is more than likely still in her pocket because that whole time she was off camera, there were no steps recorded. She just came back onto camera, and there are steps being recorded again. All right, it is 6:27. This is when transport gets there. Flamati said in his testimony during the last trial that this is when they're arriving. So that would be
Ms. Gilman, if
ambulance
you could
1.
next stop at 6:34:48. Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
It was 6:23 and 6:24 that the searches were done. Karen got into Kerry's car after this, and they started to leave, or they did leave, and then she had to bring her back. What time are we at? 6:30? So this is the time on the dash cam when 6:30. Is that what that says? 6:31 now. This is the time on the dash cam when Good is telling Lank that they are going to section Karen Reed. Linda Blake says, why so much standing around? At this point, what time is it now? Let's see. Let's look at the timeline. There right now are still kind of going back and forth. This is, a juror just asked for a break. So apparently we're probably about to take a break. and the judge just got the message.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
You are muted.
All right, we'll do a little Q&A during our morning recess. Okay, so a few things. The timeline, so as they're going through all of the dash cam stuff, I am kind of comparing it to my master timeline and looking at everything so that I can kind of try to give y'all some context as to what we're looking at. Otherwise, we're just staring at a screen that's hard to see anyway, and it's, you know, kind of like, what the heck is happening? Julie says, why is Brennan showing this whole thing? Not trying to be snarky, genuinely curious. Here's what I think. If I'm channeling my inner Brennan mind. Part of the mystery around everything that happened that morning and the part of the, you know, different theories with the cover-up stuff and different things that have happened. A lot of that stems from around us not knowing what was happening during that time. So the times that he has paused this, I noticed are kind of specific timestamps. Like he stopped it at the time that the Google searches were being made, and he stopped it at the time that the camera catches Kerry Roberts walking back on screen, and he's kind of asking, you know, okay, do you see yourself now? Do you see yourself here? So he's kind of walking through some of the events from what happened after they arrived on scene, and we actually have the video to show what's going on. So during that time that they just showed, the timeline that I have, so the way that I have the timeline set up, I just posted it on X, like a screenshot of it on X. But the way that I have the timeline set up, it shows like brackets from when John's phone was recording steps. So when you can see, I went down this rabbit hole last year, like a little bit obsessed because nobody had a chain of command or a chain of custody for the phone. And I was like, how are we in the murder trial of a Boston cop and we don't have a chain of custody for his phone? What the actual heck is going on? So I went down this rabbit hole last year, like zooming into these dash cams, like seeing, you know, her walk over there. And I'm like, okay, that's when she picked up the phone because that's when steps started recording again. And so I went down this rabbit hole last year. So I'm fully prepared to answer these questions for y'all. But the times when he was pointing out show that she was off camera for a while and there were no steps being recorded. So presumably she was either sitting down, she was not moving, whatever the situation is. But then when she starts to come back on screen, the steps start recording again. So at that point, he's showing that she still has the phone in her pocket and has not handed it over yet. He also stopped the time when the Google searches were happening. Now remember, this is going to be a very big argument this time around, just like it was last time around. We have battle of the experts here where the defense's expert is saying that this Google search originally happened at 2:27 a.m. on Jen McCabe's phone. Then you have the prosecution's data experts who are saying, no, that's when the tab was opened. But the actual Google search wasn't done until 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. And Jen McCabe was like, yeah, she told me to Google how long to die in the cold. So that's going to be an argument again on this trial. We've already heard it mentioned in the opening statement. So we know that we're going there again. We've had litigation over this on whether or not it's going to be allowed. Hank Brennan filed that snarky motion about the, you know, debunked opinions, trying to keep the defense's expert from giving that opinion. So, or, you know, giving his results and how he got them. So we already know that we are prepping for this fight once again. So him stopping right there is showing they are out of the screen of this dash cam. Now, here's my question. Why, if they were inside of Good's cruiser at that time, why can't we hear that dash cam with them talking? And why can't we hear, because if that's where this is happening and, you know, she's asking them to pray and she asks, you know, her to Google how long to die in the cold, why can't we hear that dash cam with that audio? That part is always one of those things that has driven me nuts. If we have dash cam where you can hear her screaming outside, why don't we have dash cam where you can hear her talking inside? So that is something that has always bothered me. So he's stopping at these specific times to kind of show what's going on. So let's see. At that time when he first pulls up, we see Officer Saraf is the first on the scene at 6:09. The second one to arrive is Mulaney at 6:11. The ambulance arrives right after that. Good arrives at 6:16. And it's not long after that that he puts Jen McCabe, or puts Karen Reed in the car, starts asking her questions. Jen McCabe is kind of in and out of there as well. And then the ambulance gets there, 6:27. We can see the steps lining up with everything that he just did. Now he paused at 6:33. So he paused right before the moment that Jen McCabe is about to walk to the house. And we can see her on one of the dash cams, like walking up there. Which is when she apparently went in there and woke her sister up and said, you know, hey, John O'Keefe, woke her sister and Brian Albert up and said, I think she said John is dead. And Brian Albert said, John who? I think is what it was testified to, that what was said. So, Amanda says, if there are dogs in that house, why aren't they going crazy? My dog would be going insane. Why? Mine too. I used to have a German Shepherd. Duke has crossed over to the Rainbow Bridge, but he would go nuts for anything. So I don't know how. I don't know. Let me check on what's going on inside the courtroom too, so we can get some insight. See what else is happening. The only thing I see right now is that the juror had asked for a break. Looking for any more juror gossip, reactions, anything like that. I don't see anything else from jurors. It basically just says that all the jurors are watching. There are a couple that are leaning forward. That's Sue O'Connell who posted that. Any other juror info? I'm trying to give y'all all the information I can. I think that's it. Okay. And then the one juror, of course, asked for a break. I think they're getting sleepy. All right, let's see. This is so interesting about the steps and the warmth of the phone. Thank you for tracking the times. Yeah, I am all about a timeline. A lot of that is because I am nosy as hell. I want to know who's doing what, where you're at, where you said you were, and I'm going to compare it. I love a good timeline. I like to put everything on one timeline and then paint the full picture of it. So as they're going through different things in testimony, anytime that a time is mentioned on anything, I pull up which I have my chart pulled up all the time anyway, during the trial, and my spreadsheet from the first trial. So I'll compare it so I can kind of see who's doing what. Give us some context. Why aren't they taping off the area right now if they thought a crime was committed? They did not tape off the area until after all of this stuff started happening. And they said that the wind blowing My nose itches. Doesn't that mean something? When your nose itches, doesn't it mean like you're about to come into money? No, wait, that's when your palm itches. What's your nose itch mean? What's that mean? It just means I'm nosy. They tried to put the crime scene tape around there. There is video of that. We saw it in the last trial. And they said that the wind was blowing too much, so it wasn't holding it up. So they said that that's why. It didn't work. So let's see. Again, why Google search at 6:24? John is already dead and she knows it. She says that that's, that was done because she says Karen asked her to. So. Knock, knock, homeowner. We just found someone in your yard. We need to tape it off as a crime scene. That's what you would think would happen. Not in Canton. Not in Canton. Is the point of this just to bore the jury with blurry video? Here's the problem with showing this to the jury in this way. Okay, if y'all weren't watching with me, you would be listening like, okay, every time he stops, it's like, okay, and do you see yourself? No. Oh, okay, continue. Do you see yourself? No. Okay, continue. And you watch like blurry video for another 4 minutes. Do you see yourself? Yeah, I'm right there. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, continue. And it seems incredibly boring and like, what the heck are we doing here? Why are we having to do this? I understand kind of where he's going with this, only because I am a little on the crazy side and kind of a little bit too, into this. So I have my timeline and I'm noticing the timestamps that he's giving. But imagine being on the jury and being like, come on, bro, we're still watching swipe or no swiping and snow falling and nothing is happening. And now we need a break because you've bored us to death. I get it. I can't imagine being in their situation. So I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, the scene being contaminated, like moving the phone. The phone has always driven me nuts. Why are we not collecting this as a police force unit? Why are we having friends grab it and put it in their pocket? I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't get it. I might have missed it, but what time does this phone stop recording steps the night before? The last movement is at 12:32 and 16 seconds. And then the first movement on his phone starts again. Steps start recording at 6:04. There's 432 steps recorded starting at 6:04. But she goes over there and picks up his phone. So if they're doing chest compressions on him and the phone is under him, that could be, if you're doing chest compressions and it's, shifting him around, that could be what caused that. But there are no steps after that 12:32 time. So all they are proving is that the health data is correct. The health data is correct right now. However, they will say that it is wrong when it comes to the other parts of it that do not coordinate with this. This is why this trial is so different than so many others that we've seen, because normally it's like, oh, we've got data. Cool, you're screwed, right? But this is data where it's like, oh yeah, this part of the data is right, but not that part. And then the other side's like, oh no, this part is right, but not that part. So you have all of this cell phone data that both proves and disproves both sides. What are you going to do with that? You're going to have experts out here battling it out and then hoping that the jury believes your expert the most. That's why it's the weirdest trial ever. Let's see. Frill, even if it was muffled, but it's completely silenced. That's what I don't understand. Why is there nothing that has her, saying all of this? All of the things that they say that we will hear. Like Brendan said yesterday that we'll see the video of her walking over there and saying, I hit him. Obviously, we don't see that. We're just taking his word for it. But opening statements are often the most influential part of a trial, because if you have somebody telling you a story, as long as they're engaging with it, you have somebody telling you a story, you're gonna be like, oh, that's what we're here for. That's what we're gonna see. Oh, and then you pay attention, right? And that's what you're looking for the entire time. But if you have like Lally's opening last year, oh Lord, bless it. It was just basically reading off the witness list. It was, I can't remember. I put it in the podcast, however many names it was. It was all of the names. It was the entire Canton roll call for everybody who's ever even driven through the town of Canton. That's what the opening statements were last year for the prosecution. And it was the most boring. When I had to do the podcast recap on that, it took me forever. I had to go through the transcript because you can't listen to that. You can't listen to that twice. I had to listen to it once when we were live. You can't listen to that twice. I had to download the transcript and then I had to copy and paste the entire transcript and then copy and paste and remove sections, trying to organize it in a way that actually I could tell it in the podcast where I didn't put you all to sleep and make you unfollow me. So that was miserable. So at least, yesterday gave a much clearer picture than at least that did. So, we'll see. My lab goes crazy if there's a leaf blower. They had a leaf blower outside and no dogs going crazy. Apparently, allegedly. Let's see. Did someone take the dog home with them? I remember something about that in the last trial. Not right away. Didn't they say that Chloe was sleeping in the closet when Jen came in? I think. Jesse says, I'm behind, but is it me or in the dash cam, does it look like Jen puts her arm around Karen and Karen almost throws her arm off of her? Yes, that is what it looks like. I think that she seems like she's just too worried and frantic and, upset to be touched. I'm the same way. If I'm having a full on moment, I don't want to be touched. I'd be throwing bows, get off me. But no, so I think that in those moments, we're not all huggers. So I think that being as upset as she was, it seems like she was just no, I can't deal with this. Don't touch me. Where can we find the time? It's on 13thjuror.podcast.com. All of my timelines should be on 13thjurorpodcast.com. I think. Pretty sure. Oh, I'm behind. I'm just now getting to why my nose itches. Someone's talking about me. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Or I need to sneeze. It could be one or the other. We don't know. It could be either. Let's see. Even if there had been some snow on the ground when he was put there, his body heat would have melted it. Brennan seemed to make a point of there being no snow under him. So the thing with the no snow under him, there's a few different things that are going to, or a few different ways that you could look at this. One is we know that there was only a light dusting of snow at that time. So if there is no snow or very light snow, and he is in that position at the time that the prosecution says he is, then of course there would be no snow under the ground right there. Now, if he is put out there later and his body heat, depending on how much is there, his body heat may be able to, or would melt some of it, or all of it, depending on how much is there. It just kind of depends on what their theory is on the time that the defense's theory about the time that he was put out there. So that could depend. Those are things that each side will have to, again, look at the evidence and explain it in a way that supports their theory, which is one of the things that's going to be really interesting about this too, because you notice that in the openings, both sides are like, the data and science are on my side. They're saying that to the jury. So if you have both sides saying the data and science are on my side, then the jury's like, wait, what? Because that's what the last guy said. I don't get. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they both kind of, explain that and the timelines that they're going with. So let's see. Francesca says, you're on the ball for real. The way you jumped in and said, no, you weren't picking up the blankets and phone or something to that effect. You were right. She mentioned that later. Yeah. Oh, I know my timelines. Like, you are not doing that right there. I'll help you out. The discussion in the cruiser will be interesting to hear, but they probably destroyed it. Add it to all of the rest of the Canton / Bermuda Triangle area where all video footage that we need goes to retire and is never seen again. Like phones, SIM cards, text messages, video clips. Everything just goes into this big black hole in Canton, never to be seen again. Why? We don't know. We don't know. Can someone call my principal, let them know I have jury duty this week and can't teach? We should for real have like a downloadable jury excuse on the website. Like, I'm sorry, we can't come in. We have crime junkie jury duty. Hello. I'm a 13th juror. Do the police know she has the phone at this time? I don't know what the police know, because I don't know what I don't know what their role is, what they're doing at this point. I don't know. I don't know how you can. I don't know. That part's wild to me. That part's still wild to me. The steps just matter because it shows that
Back in session, you may be
the
seated.
phone was in her possession at this time.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
The coughing right into the microphone is very severe.
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Could fast forward just a little bit more, please. Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Again, the battery temperature.
Stop, please. 6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
All right, here we go. Buckle up, y'all.
Your Honor, may I? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes.
Would you say it's more than 50?
Maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? from Mr.
I
Nelson?
would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you.
Opening that door.
Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buknik, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buknik? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buknik?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with?
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You are
So normally when there's a previous trial, they don't say previous trial because then the jury hears it and then it's like, wait, previous trial? Wait, what? So she said previous trial. Normally the attorneys will say, like in a previous hearing or something like that. They'll kind of word it to where it doesn't ring any alarm bells. And here we go with all the alarm bells. Also, the harassment thing. So both sides have agreed that they are not bringing in the mention of any of the harassment, any of the allegations against Turtle Boy for witness intimidation, any of that stuff. Now, they also agreed to that in the last trial. And then the door was said to have been opened when they were asking Allie McCabe why she didn't mention Colin being at 34 Ferry that night before the time that she did. And she said that it didn't matter before then. So Judge Canoni ruled that that was opening the door. So she allowed them to talk about the harassment at that point because she said that them asking her why you didn't tell us that opened the door for her to say, I didn't tell you this because it wasn't until, y'all said that Colin was at the house that, I needed to mention it. So Judge Canoni said that that was harassment. So when Jen McCabe got up there, the door wasn't open on Jen McCabe. I'm gonna be honest with you. The door was not open on Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe opened that door and she ran right on through it. Alan Jackson was asking her on cross-examination, if she had talked about her testimony to her family. And she said, I've talked about the harassment. So it came up in that testimony as well. And then when Lally got back up, he asked her all kinds of questions to get all of that in front of the jury. So we'll see if this is an open
Ma'am,
door.
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony?
That's why they
how
said it's
it would
prejudicial.
Impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No,
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes. Right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how
Yes.
you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize, I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said, is that accurate? Do you see it in the,
yes, it is.
okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sassy pants for sure.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time? Thank you. Just for reference, I'd like to, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
Yeah, Jen McKay said she's a talker. She's a talker. I would like to see if you could share with the class.
May
What
I?
I'm looking for is still not here, because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for questions.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie,
Okay.
and it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
They went over that in the last trial too.
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I
sound
don't know
right?
the exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
He is very skilled at that.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, Lucy is upside down. You can't really tell. She looks broken sometimes when she lays, so you can't really.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that.
Supine. We're going to use our new words that we learned in trial. I love it. So now we're going over
Okay.
May I?
Kerry not mentioning the taillight in her first interview.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me. Oh, I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about this, the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it was right before the last, not the last trial.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
When
you
she was
also
13.
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes,
at her house
yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all
We
went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the back seat of your car.
yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip,
No, I did not.
but you don't know whether or not Jen did.
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point that Did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m. you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Sustained what? Because it's hearsay. She can't say that's what somebody told me. It has to be your direct information.
January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
that right?
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
Y'all see where
You
we're
just
going?
read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Donna, may we approach?
Yes.
All right. So, okay. You see where we're leading up to with this, because he's saying, you know, he went through the whole thing about like, so you're saying it's important to give testimony that's not influenced by anyone else, right? Yes. Okay. And then you had this interview on the 29th with Trooper Dunn and DeChico, and they didn't press you for time for anything, right? Right. And they told you that if there's anything else, you know, that you needed to tell them, that you could contact them and all of this. So it sounds like we are leading up to her giving more information that is influenced by conversations with Jim McCabe. That's what it sounds like we're heading towards.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the
No,
report,
no. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, I'm sorry, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, I'm sorry, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks.
So he's establishing now that this huge moment that they're using to, like, you know, the prosecution is using to say she called and the first thing she said is, you know, John's dead. He's saying that's a pretty
reading
big
the whole
deal,
thing or just the part where you dotted?
and you didn't say anything about that
Oh, for the date, yes.
days later.
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and you know, okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt them too much. We'll break it down at the break and kind of put it all together.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Ms. McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview?
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. But it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
Think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane?
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lowley, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep.
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
Oh, boy.
Mayor Rochelle?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. So, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs.
Throw it, thanks.
Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs. If you would.
So we're going over right now the
Okay.
progression of her memory or story, however you want to word it, how it's changed over time and how.
I'm in the rush. May I?
Yes.
And how Jen McCabe has been all up in there.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Ms. McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Ms. McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Ms. McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right?
Why does he cough exactly like he talks? Is that weird?
April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but penalty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what I needed.
This whole thing is showing the changing of testimony and changing of story, and major key things that they're using as evidence now in
So your
prosecution
testimony that you
didn't
have
come till later.
never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. And if you could read on to page 83 as well.
So he just asked if she had testified that she heard Karen tell Jen to Google hypothermia, the Google search from that morning. And she says, no. Now he's giving her transcripts to look at. So
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct?
I
That's
don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
He is starting and stopping a lot right now. However,
Yes.
Jackson is usually good about, he's laying all of this foundation. He's usually good about wrapping it all up into one
At the
cohesive
bottom.
point so that the jury understands why you just had to go through all of this.
Yep, I say I think, so I'm not
I
positive.
have a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote? Remember being asked that question?
No.
May I approach you? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
I know he's telling the truth because he said, what if anything? And if there's one thing we know, it's Lally's going to start a question with what if anything.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time, right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I
The
wasn't sure.
location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you, it was Jen, it was my client, Kerry
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the,
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms. Roberts,
cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison.
This is the federal
I
grand
was
jury.
not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
The thing is, this is tedious having to show all of this stuff, but this is laying the foundation for kind of the defense's whole theory about how all of this information that's being used by the prosecution is coordinated stories that were gotten together by
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the
this group.
entire document, to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind. Go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that's
yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
Correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her
Objection.
phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, boy.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No,
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
Leading.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
yes,
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
Leading. You have to refresh her memory. You
Yeah,
can't just say,
yes.
did you say this? Did you say this? You have to refresh her recollection, and then you can ask her questions about it.
Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You got it? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No,
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
no,
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This is a Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement
Yes,
by me? Did I ask you that question?
no,
Did you personally hear that statement?
no,
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
after you found John that morning? Did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No,
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
no,
I'll allow that.
no,
Was this a traumatic event?
yes,
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
With-
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital.
Okay.
She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
He almost said,
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No,
That's speculative. You can't really say that
You
somebody
have a clear
influenced
memory
your
of what
words.
the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022, at around 5 in the morning when she first called you.
yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
Sorry.
your independent memory?
yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No,
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No,
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
You
I
take
took
any-
off, we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots.
Why did you take off your boots?
Here we
because
go.
You had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
they
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
I see. You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Guilty.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not,
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Guilty.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No,
Did you
The
volunteer
shoes.
to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
Sir.
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
I thought we had moved on from trial 1 from the shoes.
Objection. No reproach.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real honest with y'all right now. The whole thing about the shoes.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
The whole thing about the shoes and not taking the shoes off before she went in the house, that annoyed the bejesus out of me the first trial, and that just annoyed the bejesus out of me again. I thought we had made it past this. I thought we were working on actual evidence in a murder trial. I thought that we were looking at things that actually are sensible for a jury to look at, like data and witness testimony and things like that. But no, jurors, we made it at least through direct examination and cross-examination, but Lally's over there like, tell them about the shoes. Lally's passing notes. The shoes, tell them about the shoes. He's like, I got you, Lally.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay, so Re-Cross.
You just asked, just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what your testimony is now?
Heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're upset.
Thank you.
All right, Miss McKay. I mean, Miss Roberts, my bad. Close enough. We couldn't hear Jackson all of a sudden because he wasn't at the microphone
May I?
anymore.
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Playing clip 3.
Before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you 10 seconds. All right,
We'll see you in 10 seconds.
That's fine. Thank you, Rob.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling? They're taking a break briefly because this clip that they're about to show, Jackson said that they wanted to review it. So they're sending the jury out so that Jackson could watch the defense, the group, if you will, collectively all together as a team can watch whatever is about to be shown so that they can be prepared for it. This will probably be the last little hurrah before lunch. They normally take lunch at 1. Peggy O'Keefe is up next, and that is not going to be like a quick little scoot on and give your testimony and scoot on out. So they will more than likely take, plus like the jurors, are standing up and, like juror yoga, all that good stuff in the jury box. They said that when that last one happened, that all but 4 of them stood up. So they are all probably super ready for lunch. So they will probably send us to lunch. And then when we get back from lunch is when they will have Peggy O'Keefe on the stand. So let's talk about the real questions. Now that we know she didn't take her boots off, do y'all think she's guilty? It's the stupidest line of question. It's moments like these where I wish I had like a spitball. I could be like, stupid question. But, what do I know? I'm just, I've had 0 days of law school and I just talk about them all on YouTube. So what do I know? What do I know? The road to get to all of that testimony was rocky, to say the least, especially when they get up there and get cross-examnesia, when they don't remember anything, when they're on cross-examination. That part is a little, that's a little bit of a lot. Like that can make everything, it's like icing the kicker, like when you're on a roll and you're like, as soon as your kicker's about to do his thing, then you're like, oh no, time out. That's kind of what this whole, like, no, I don't remember anything that I've ever said before. Can you show me a report to refresh my memory? That is like the legal version of icing the kicker. It's like, you can't really get on a roll with anything or get any momentum going in what you're trying to relay to the jury when you are constantly being told, I don't remember that. And then you're just like, okay, well, can I show you this report to refresh your memory? And then you have to pause and take it up there. And then you have to wait on them to read it. And then you're like, does that refresh your memory? Nope, sure doesn't. All right, let's start all over. It's not the most effective method to get you to where you're going. But, cross-examnesia is, it's a disease we're bringing awareness to, especially in Canton, Massachusetts. And that's okay. The main point that he's trying to make, though, is that out of all 6 times that Kerry Roberts had communication with police, Jen McCabe was all up in her grill for all of that. So she is, texting her before, or she's literally like Sis is in the next room listening in, texting the group chat about like, oh my God, she's telling her everything, all the things. And she's like at her house, and this is whatever. I can't with these people. But that's kind of the point he's trying to make, is that out of these 6 times that you had communication with law enforcement, the things that they are now using to present as evidence and saying like, oh my gosh, you know, Karen Reed called her first thing in the morning and said, you know, John's dead. Okay, but then they're like, well, but wait a minute, because you didn't say that before. You didn't say that until you were at Jen McCabe's house. And then all of a sudden, then that's when this came out. And then the stuff about, you know, the Google search. Remember, the prosecution is saying that that Google search happened because Karen Reed told Jen McCabe to search it. The defense is saying, not so fast, buddy. She Googled that on her own at 2:27 a.m. before they even found John's body. So this whole tedious road we just took to get here is showing that, you know, like telling the jury, like, hey, she said to a grand jury, oh yeah, I heard her tell. She didn't say, oh yeah, I heard her. She said she misunderstood the question. Lally asked her, what, if anything, did you hear? You know, Karen Reed asked Jim McCabe, and she's like, yeah, to Google how long to hypothermia. That is a problem when she then tells the feds, hey, what'd you hear? And she's like, nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear nothing. That's a problem. That reminds me, you remember in the Letitia Stout trial when Letitia told about 5011 lies, and every single time she would tell a lie, she'd be like, okay, so there was this, you know, Mexican named Eduardo, and he attacked me. And then they're like, okay, BS. And she's like, okay, I know. Yeah, but okay, now I'll tell you the truth. So this is what happened. There was this person who was laying in the road, and I stopped to pick him up. BS. Okay, yeah, you're right. But now I'll tell you the real story. There was this Cash baby. She was pregnant, but she wasn't really pregnant. It was Cash. And then when she got to, what's that Fed's name? Love him. Think he's great. What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Tall guy. What's his name? Help me out, chat. I got cross-examnesia. When he's like, she starts to tell him something. He's like, let's put this on pause, sis, because just so you know, I'm a Fed. Every lie you tell to me is like punishable by like 5 years in prison. So let's just back this story up and start over. Let's try this again. And she's like, oh, well, let me just stop then. If you're hearing from the feds, like, hold your horses. If you lie to me or say something wrong, it's punishable by 5 years in prison. You're going to think a little bit closer about what you're saying. So that's kind of where Jackson's going with that. It's like, oh yeah, like, you know, we're all this little community and we all know everybody. And, you know, I'm over at Lank's house and, you know, my sister's cousin's dog walker is best friends with this one. And we all, it's like this big, like, everybody knows everybody and everybody's all up in everybody's business and everybody's been best friends since they were, you know, 2 weeks old. And because of that, they all have these relationships. And I think a lot of that has made them not so much worried about what they're saying, because they're like, whatever, we're all cool. You know, like, yeah, I was at Lank's house, biggie, no biggie. You know, like if you're at the investigator's house, all up in his driveway and all up in his guest bathroom the very next day, that is potentially something that you would want to. Gruesing, yes. Oh, he was the best. I love him. Thank you, Claudia Smith. You're the real MVP. Round of applause for Claudia Smith. That is his name. But if they are going with all of this stuff, just them, that's one thing. But then you get the feds involved and all of a sudden, like, oh, they ain't on my speed dial. You know, I didn't go to, you know, like the middle school dance with any of these guys. Like I didn't, I don't babysit their kids or whatever, like all of these crazy situations they all have with each other. When the feds are coming in, they're like, we don't have all that. So you're a lot more careful about what you're saying and making sure that it's
You are
accurate.
unmuted.
No consequences for the actions on that. No. Can someone explain the boots thing? They made a big deal in the first trial, and then I thought we were going to get past it. I thought we were, but we did not. Karen Reed did not
Back
take
in
off her
session, you may be
shoes.
seated.
And they made it like, oh, well, that's because she knew he was dead. She killed him, so she didn't take off her shoes. She didn't care.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
All right, clip 3.
When
we
my
go.
car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Kerry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right. All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes,
Why don't we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
I love that she calls it the luncheon recess. I feel like that's just so much fancier. Like, I feel like if you go to lunch, you eat like a sandwich, but if you go to luncheon, you have like a buffet and you wear pearls. I don't know why. It just sounds so exciting to me. I feel like that's a term I'm going to adopt from now on. All right. So, recap from the morning. What stood out to y'all? What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Let me pin that we're at lunch, because then everybody's going to come in and be like, why are you talking? Where's court? Where's our OnlyFan? Lunch break until, no, it's not brunch, because brunch, it only has bottomless mimosas, or at least that's the way we do it down here in Florida. I don't know how y'all do it. Lunch break until, what time is it? 11:50, which means 12:50. What's 12:50 plus 40? 1:30, 2:30, 1:30. Math is hard. My husband's probably watching me with his family right now going like, oh my God, my wife can't do math. I'm so embarrassed. All right. Pin message. Lunch break until 1:30 Eastern is luncheon. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I've already forgotten. Hold on. Unpin that message. It's not a lunch break. They would be eating sandwiches. This is luncheon with fancy shoes and pearls, and there's probably some kind of salad with walnuts or something. Like that's luncheon. Hold on. Let me luncheon break until 1:30. Yeah, there's like crumpets and shit. I don't know. There's something. Luncheon is just fancier. You know, that's how they do it in Canton, except for on their half days. On their half days, they have lunch breaks. All right. So my husband just texted me. He said, yep, we're watching. And his brother, Justin, was like, he said, that's exactly what Justin said. Yeah. Thanks, Justin. I can do math. Just not on live TV. All right. So oh yeah. And you got to do it with the pinky up. You're right. That's true. Yep. It's like cucumber sandwiches and some kind of salad with walnuts and cranberries, and your pinky has to be up, and you can't even like have a beer. That's what a luncheon is. That's what a luncheon is. Two different things. Lunch is different. Cloth napkins. Yes. That's obviously you have cloth napkins at luncheon, you know, very cutesy, very demure. All of the things I'm not. I'm like, give me a beer and a sandwich. Okay. Back to the murder trial. All right. What is standing out from y'all today? We have had the whole first part of the morning, finishing Kerry Roberts' testimony. What stood out to you? Do you think that this witness helped the defense more, the prosecution more, or both / neither? Or are you just waking up because you zoned out and you heard lunch and now you're like, wait, what? What are we doing? Let me know in chat what you think. I am, I think that had this not been such a rough road to get to the point of showing all of these interactions and how the story had changed, if that part, if we didn't have cross-examination going through all of that, I think that it would have been a little bit more effective. However, I do know that those are parts that kind of have to happen sometimes. There has to be like the foundation laid of all of this stuff, and then the defense will often kind of bring it all back together. So we'll see how that happens. First, Kerry is lying. Second, she got thoroughly impeached. Third, Hank won't be able to rehabilitate her. Yeah, here's my thing with her. I see a lot of y'all in chat, and I know a lot of, like, a vast majority are saying, like, you know, she's lying. Y'all know I like to give people benefit of the doubt. I feel like some of it is potentially her kind of, maybe not intentionally. Like I said, okay, if a normal person who is not like all up in the Canton PD Rolodex, like if a normal person is having communications with law enforcement, you're probably going to be you're probably going to be very aware of what you're saying, and like, you know, you're going to put some thought into the details of what you're saying. I think that in this situation, because they're all so close and it's everybody just kind of knowing each other and not thinking that it's weird that, like, you know, hey, I'm going to have you investigate me today and then I'll see you tomorrow when I drop my kid off at your house, you know, like, that's not a normal situation. So I think that maybe they don't think so much about it, and it's kind of like, just, hey, we have this timeline that we've created and this is our collective memory, so we're saying what happened instead of what our actual recollection of it is. I don't know that it's intentionally lying. I think that, you know, there is a lot of I think Jackson used the best word when he was saying influence. I think that there is a lot of influence on what she's testified to before and what she said in her interviews. And I think a lot of that comes from, like she said, being told. She was told that this happened. Also, if you look back at the timeline from that dash cam, Lucy's snoring. Very rude. She's on her luncheon break. If you look back at that timeline, that 5-minute period where they're all out of the screen and you can't see any of them, that's the time when the Google search was made, right? And that's the time when she says that Karen and Jen McCabe were like in the car and she's just kind of chilling right there beside them. And that's when Jen McCabe had told her that, I made fun of Lucy and now she woke up. I'm sorry. Forgive me. She's like, take me outside. But I think that it's kind of important to note that during that 5-minute period, that's when those Google searches were made on Jen's phone, or that's when they show on that phone. And that's when Jen said, oh yeah, Karen told me to Google that. But they're sitting in the back of the cop car. There's no audio for that, though. There's nothing to corroborate that was said. There's nothing to corroborate that she was asked. There's nothing that really supports that. And so then you have Kerry Roberts, who's in grand jury testimony, is, you know, Lally's like, what, if anything, did you hear her ask? And she said, I heard her ask, or she says, you know, she asked her to Google how long to die, or how long hypothermia, or however it was she worded it. So I think that it's kind of become this part of the story for them, but the people who are telling the story always tell the story in a way that is able to kind of be debunked. Because even when Jen McCabe told the story, she said that she Googled it she was very, very specific about it, because she said as they were putting him on the stretcher, she's like, we were watching them put him on the stretcher and they were taking him to the ambulance. And that's when she said, will you Google, you know, how long to die in the cold? So that's when she Googled it. She was very specific about that. So y'all know me, I'm a little bit of a nut job. So I pull it up on my timeline and I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense, because he was already in the ambulance. I pulled up the report from Flamati, and that report is very, very detailed about, and plus I pulled it up on the dash cam too, because y'all know I'm going to corroborate everything. On the dash cam, you can see the timestamp on there when he's getting onto the stretcher, and then he's taken off. And then you've got the report that shows he's already in the ambulance being intubated at that time. And so that timeline didn't make sense. So all of the stories that are going towards saying that this is what happened are all being debunked. Now, does that mean it didn't happen? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it didn't happen the way that anybody has said it. And the defense has been able to kind of point that out as we go. So, I don't know. Y'all tell me what you think. They set up their timeline together. While I appreciate their enthusiasm, because, you know, I love a good timeline, I also know better than to set up a timeline with a friend right before I'm interviewed about my recollection. So, but, you know, what do I know? Anne says she was not confident in anything she was saying and was not believable. I don't blame her for that, though, because I think that this process has gone on for so long that I honestly don't. And with them doing that timeline in the beginning, I think that she probably doesn't even know what her memories are versus what she's been told, which is the same thing I said yesterday with the Canton fire and EMT people. I think that they've sat around and talked about this so much that you tend to remember things that, you know, like you incorporate other people's parts of the story into your own memory. And I think that at this point, she maybe just doesn't really know what, you know, what her own is. It's like if you tell a story of, you know, something from when you were young and you don't remember that stuff, but you can tell the story because you've heard your drunk uncle tell it at the barbecue every year, you know, since you were 6. Like, that's the kind of thing. I don't know why I have to be drunk. Sober uncles can tell stories too. But when you hear your uncle telling the story, or whoever, don't get bogged down in my details, whoever tells the story, you can recite it like that, but you might not remember it, but you know the story. And I think that a lot of times when people are talking about this, because she already said, she talks about this a lot. She talks about this a lot. So I think that when you have these kinds of situations where y'all are all sitting around talking about everything, then you do kind of adopt each other's recollections of everything, and it becomes a big cohesive story instead of just relaying what your memory is of it. So I don't know. We'll see. Babysitter with benefits. She did call her a babysitter with benefits. Yeah. That, well, according to Jen McCabe, that's what Kerry called Karen. Their story has always come off as choreographed. Yeah, I think because so much of it is so easily kind of picked apart. And I think that that's one of the issues when you take a very strong stance on something that you remember. I think that things come off a lot more credible when you're like, I don't really remember. Things are fuzzy. It was a crazy situation. And you're like, I know that this happened at some point, you know, but when you're very specific about memories that are then, you know, picked apart and kind of proven that it couldn't have happened that way, then that calls into question credibility on everything else. Because even if it's something that actually happened, if you are very specific about how you remember it, and then you know, it's proven that you couldn't possibly remember it happening that way, then it's like, okay, well, did it happen at all? Wonder Kim says, Brandi, I love your brain. I'm with you in all this. That is reality. Laying out what happened isn't bad. I love that you said you love my brain, especially since my brother-in-law just made fun of my brain and me being able to do math. So take that, Justin. Groupthink. Groupthink is a problem, especially in situations like this, which is the whole reason that they are supposed to separate the witnesses when they're getting their stories. So, do you think that Kerry is innocent of knowing she's being gaslit? She saw John in the hospital fight boxers, raccoon eyes, and a dog attack would be in my head. You know, I can imagine that seeing him that morning was traumatic. I know that she was friends with him, you know, helped with the kids. You know, the kids were friends. I know enough about how things work from a psychological standpoint to know that you never really can tell how you're going to perceive things, how you're going to think about things. Oh, I was like, why is it hot? My air's off. That's why it's hot. I'm over here sweating to death for y'all, sacrificing myself in there. Or maybe it's a hot flash. Who knows? Either way, now we've got the air on. I think that when you've gone through something like that and knowing that they were friends, and I can't imagine how difficult that would be. So I don't ever judge somebody who's in that situation for how they cope with it from a trauma standpoint, or what they choose to believe, or what they do believe. I shouldn't say choose to believe, what they do believe. I think that those are things that you can't really judge a lot of times, because I've seen people who, you know, the defendant will be completely, like a wrongful conviction where the defendant was completely exonerated, as in like, DNA, we know it wasn't you. Oops, my bad. Sorry for making you chill here for the last 20 years. Here's your, you know, here's your freedom and a bus pass. And the family will still be holding on to like, nope, I know they did it. Like I think that sometimes that's a necessary coping mechanism for families that have gone through trauma. So I will never judge anybody for what they think or believe, especially because we don't know what happened. We weren't there. And all the people that were there are drunk. And so every interview in this case should have been recorded. Yeah. Yeah. Mike says, talk me off the ledge. Hank makes these witnesses seem so much better than Lally did. I think this jury is going to have a much tougher time. Okay, but keep in mind, we're only on witness 2. And witness number 1, it was shown that his story changed. Witness number 2, it was shown that her story changed. So I think that it's the big, like, oh crap moments are going to be Proctor. Oh, I'm ready for some Proctor. Oh, I'm ready for some Proctor. I can't believe he didn't mention him in openings. Like, you want to get ahead of that train, like that, because Proctor losing his whole gig over this case as the lead investigator, and your own people are like, no, you showed bias and you didn't do things right and now you can't be a trooper anymore because of it. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. And as a prosecutor, I'm thinking like, okay, well, obviously he's got to address it. You know, he's got to be like, all right, look, you're going to hear some really messed up text from Proctor. And I get it. We can all roll our eyes together. We can, whatever, however you approach it you got to get ahead of that. But he didn't even mention it. So, you know, Alan Jackson's up there doing like pirouettes on the way up to the podium. Can't wait to tell them about Proctor because he's like, let me tell you what he didn't tell you. And then they're like, whoa, you didn't tell me that, sir. What else are you not telling me? So I think that one's going to be one of the biggest ones. Jen McCabe is going to be brutal again. What was she on the stand last time? Like 3 days. One of them I think was a half day, but she was on the stand for a while. That one's going to be a big one. Higgins is going to be big. Oh my gosh. We're going to have to sit through the weed whacker text again. Karen, I really care about you. The way you look with that weed whacker, just let me not do my, let me not. If you missed the first trial, there's some really embarrassing flirty text. If you could even call it that. Is that how people flirt? No wonder she goes to, anyway, that's going to be a big one too. After we get past like the cringy, super awkward weed whacker text, then we will move into, there was really only one weed whacker text, but I am so hung up on that one because that is how the whole conversation started. The entire core foundation of their brief entanglement, situationship, whatever, was based on a weed whacker text. Of course, they only lasted 10 days. So hung up on the weed whacker. So it's the weird things. I probably should have got more sleep. Okay, so anyway, that one's going to be a big one too. I think that there are going to be a lot of big moments with the experts as well, because remember, we are going to have battle of the experts with a few different things, and we have the crash daddies, and now we have like the prosecution crash daddies that are coming as well, and that's going to be a big battle of the experts. Also, the medical examiners are going to battle it out, and the digital experts are going to battle it out, and some of that is going to be too technical to keep some jurors awake. I get it. But some of that is going to be very, and Trooper Paul, bless his heart, I'll be Trooper Paul for Halloween. Do we consider Trooper Paul an expert? I mean, do we? Or did they? Because like they approved it, but we saw it, y'all. Woo, woo. That is like, when you compare Trooper Paul to the crash daddies, that is the exact example that you should use for the rest of your entire existence on why experts matter, why expert testimony matters. Because you have there are no words. There are no words. There are no words for Trooper Paul. There are plenty of words. I just can't say them on this channel because I'm a lady. But yes, he is on the witness list again, and we'll see if they call him again. But because that was such a train wreck, they do have actual experts this time that they're bringing in that are going to be the prosecution's version of the crash daddies. So I just can't get past the crime scene talk to me, and when he was asked about the phone traveling, and he was like, it just did. Sir, that's not how we answer things in a murder trial. It just did does not cut it for a murder trial. But, you know, crime scene spoke to him. Whatever, we're fine. Maybe the crime scene has talked. Maybe the crime scene has given him a statement, and now he'll have it in writing to refresh his recollection. Y'all see me twitching when he's on the stand. You'll know that I'm having a nervous breakdown. I felt bad for Trooper Paul until I realized, like, because I really did, because he's like, I felt bad for Trooper Paul the first time I heard Alan Jackson object, because as soon as Alan Jackson objected, I was like, that means Alan Jackson's doing the cross, which I figured he would anyway, because he's like the science dude, you know? So I figured he would anyway, but, or the physics dude, I should say. But as soon as I heard that, I was like, bless this child. This is going to be a brutal cross-examination. And it was painful. Let's do a poll. Which was more painful to watch? Let's do a poll. You know, I love a poll. All right. Which was more painful to watch? All right. Trooper Paul's cross-examination. Higgins' flirty texts. What else was really... Don't get hung up on the whole thing. We're moving on. This is luncheon, not lunch. We don't act like that here. What else was really... Oh, Proctor. Yeah, Proctor's text. Proctor's text. And give me one more. Give me one more really good, cringy one. Lally's opening. Oh. All right. This is like the worst poll ever. Which one was the most? I said more because I was going to go with 2, and then we added it. So just ignore the grammatical errors and just focus on the answers. I'll do better next time, I promise. 4 of the most painful parts of listening to people during the last trial. Let me know which one you thought was the most cringy. Ugh. We had some cringy moments. Karen. I'm not looking forward to those again. You know, I know that the defense was against them having independent readers come in and read the text between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Y'all, I would pay some of my own salary to have somebody come in and read those weed whacker texts so that we don't have to listen. That was so awkward. So awkward. Bernie says, okay, this was a tough choice, but Proctor's text caused me physical pain to hear. Yeah, his were super cringe. That was, and also infuriating, because as somebody who's gone through like a ton of medical problems, the stuff that he was saying about her like lit a fire under me. I was so angry. I sat here, and those of you who watched it with me last year, you know, like I sat here, I got a smart mouth on me. I will say what I think. I'm going, you know, if you're going to see it all over my face, if I'm annoyed, eyes will roll. There's a whole situation happening here all the time. But when those texts were being read and he was saying that stuff about her, I sat here so angry. I had tears in my eyes because I was like, oh, I was so mad at him. I was so mad at him. I did. I went quiet. I got quiet. I was pissed. That's how you know it's a problem. if I have like, it takes a lot to get me, like, I'm pretty easy going. It takes a lot to get me, like, I'll get annoyed and then I'll just get snarky, but I get over it quick. But if I'm like code red level, I get very quiet and I get tears in my eyes because I'm holding back the pure rage. That's when it's bad. It was so bad. Oh, he made me so mad. Oh, I still, like, I get that, you know, like that feeling like when you get like rage. Everybody's gonna be like calling in like wellness checks on me now because they think I have anger problems. But you know, like when you get that rage, it's like it takes like your breath away right here, where it's like, that's how I'm even getting it right now, thinking about how, like, that was so infuriating because it triggered me. That's like that was such personal stuff that was being said, and it was so messed up. Brandi can't fix her face. That is a fact. That is a fact. When I'm in the courtroom for trials, I have to seriously focus on that. And I'll catch myself sometimes. I'm like, oh, wait. Sorry, that was my lunch face. Let me put on my luncheon face. Everything's fine. Next time I just need to get like a ton of Botox. So then when I'm in there, like, even if I'm annoyed, like you won't be able to tell. Problem solved. This is my luncheon face. Proctor infuriated me, but Paul made me cringe the whole time. Yeah. Yeah. Is Marie Moss here? Wondering if you caught the number of times Kerry said she was interviewed. Marie Moss, our official statistician. Oh, she does some of our best counting for us. And always has some great stats for us. Marie Moss, were you able to catch that? I think there was 6 times that she talked to police, but Marie Moss will know better than me because she is our official statistician. My face at Charlie's trial was priceless. I didn't know I was going to be on Dateline. That's the problem. So then I have like everybody sending me pictures, and of course, you know me, I'm nosy. So I'm watching what's going on. But the reason I sat where I sat is so that I can see the jury. I wanted to see their faces. I wanted to be all up in their grill, knowing exactly what they're like, seeing body language. So every time it would show me on Dateline, then I'm like looking at the jurors, like nosy. But yeah, then when Charlie would say something stupid, I was like, fix your face, Brandi. Brandi, cringe moment. Brian Albert having sexy time while butt dialing Higgins. Super uncomfortable. Super uncomfortable for all of us involved, especially because, ew. I was glad to watch Proctor sit there and read for the record. It was public shaming. His texts were shameful and infuriated me. Higgins was total cringe. You know what? Good point, Christine. And you know, one thing I can say about the judge in this situation. Remember when he was going to spell it out with like the whack job, see you next Tuesday? And she was like, he tried to spell it out in front of the jury, and she was like, you read it. I was like, yes, you say that with your whole chest. You wrote it, you own it, you say it, you have to repeat it in front of the jury. Do it. And she made him read that and made him read actually what he wrote instead of spelling it out. And I was like, yeah, good. And I hope you are embarrassed. Like that would, you know, that was, because this isn't like, okay, if you're saying that about just somebody that you don't like, cool, totally cool, have your opinion, say what you want to say, whatever. But this is like, you're the lead investigator, and this is somebody that is the defendant, not even the defendant at that point, just a suspect, and you've already made up your mind and you're saying this stuff, and it was just, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Bev did seem pissed about what he said. Yeah. And I'm glad she made him like, nope, you say it. You say it. Is he going to be called again? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because even if the prosecution doesn't call him, Jackson is, y'all remember that old commercial? Like that Christmas commercial? Maybe it was Christmas. Maybe I made that up. Who knows? We never know. But that there's a commercial where they're like at the department store and they're like waiting for it to open. They're like looking in the window and they're like, open, open, open. That's how Jackson is with this. He's like waiting at the window, waiting like open, open, give me my chance, give me my chance. Can't wait to call Proctor, get Proctor on the stand. He cannot wait. So if the prosecution doesn't call him, the defense will. The defense will. They can't wait to get him up there. They can't wait. Curious to hear what the jury reactions have been so far. The only stuff that I've been getting from inside the courtroom is that they've been, there was one time when they were watching the dash cam video where they were all kind of seeming, somebody said they were, I can't remember how they worded it, but that they looked like they were hitting like an afternoon wall or something. Then there was a couple times when they said that some of them were like leaning forward. When Jackson and Kerry Roberts were going back and forth, they said it was like watching like a tennis match, like where they're going back and forth depending on who was talking. So, all right, let's see. What time is it? Oh, okay. So I've got like 7 minutes. I'm going to try to take Lucy OUT, but I will put up the very animated. I will put up the feed so that way if they do come back while I'm taking her OUT, I'm not spelling it because it's a bad word or because I have to spell it for y'all. I'm spelling it so she doesn't start barking. So just so we're on the same page here. I will put it up, and then if they come back before I get here, just somebody take notes and fill me in as soon as I get back. I need to let her go do her thing, and I will be right back. Oh, it was a commercial from Mervyn's in 1992. Mervyn's in 1992. Don't know why I remember it, but I sure do remember like that. Maybe I don't remember it. Maybe I remember my mom reenacting it all the time. Maybe it's an implanted memory. Maybe I do remember it. Maybe I don't know. So I would never be able to testify to it in a trial because I know better. All right. I will be right back. I'm going to give y'all OnlyFan and we'll be right back. Watch her. Watch her face. Lucy, you want to go potty? You want to go potty? All right. I'll be right back. I'm sneaking up on you. Psst. Oh, can y'all not hear me? Like, yesterday, I scared everybody when I came back, so I was trying to come in quietly this time. Yesterday, everybody's like, you got to warn us. So I was trying to get your attention before I came back. This is Beach Cam, better than OnlyFans. It is beautiful outside right now, like gorgeous outside right now. And I should be right here, like in this chair right here. See, there's nobody there. That should be mine right here. Oh, OnlyFans is back. Oops. OnlyFans is back.
Count the sidebar.
And we're at sidebar. I have all these tabs open, which is like kind of like how I live my life. All right. Let me just move myself around. I like to move myself around the screen like we're playing Pong. All right. I am, it's Panama City Beach. So it's like the Gulf. I'm in the Panhandle. I love it. All right, I'm about to end our poll. So if you have not had a chance to vote yet, go ahead and put in your vote on the most torturous testimony from the last trial. Testimony / openings. Right now we have Proctor's text in the lead, followed by Higgins' flirty text.
All right. Thank you, jurors.
I'm ending it now.
Thank you. All right. Your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Burnett.
Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
All right, here we go. This is going to be sad, but I think it's good to humanize John.
Swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? How long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter,
My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
we decided, my son decided to be the head guardian. And then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay,
And could you tell us what you see?
that's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
He's so handsome.
And so, Keith, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of, I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one, he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it. And then the kids were with him too, so.
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe,
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
Mhm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Kerry Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Kerry Roberts?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says, we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. And I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. Just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only 3 in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened. And she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead? Is he dead? Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
Okay. And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got
No.
back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. Oakley. If you could just, what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little. There you go.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Thank you.
Today's a court officer.
Yeah, I knew they wouldn't cross her.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
This is going to be those clips where he was just asking
both on.
about this,
Both,
probably.
both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17.
There's no objection to these? I don't know what they are.
Is there a second?
Okay, so he just asked Ms. O'Keefe about, did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car? Karen Reed said that in a docuseries. So maybe that's what they're about to play. That's just a guess. Brennan's strategy seems to be to take, as they're going through the cross-examination, or as they're going through the witnesses, after they finish with cross-examination and all of that, it seems like whatever topics they have during that time, it's after those that he's taking that time to introduce these clips about things that she said about whatever topic it was, like about the taillight pieces and about the, saying, did I hit him? So I'm assuming that that's what he's about to play, but not positive. I think after this, we have Trooper Guarino. Unless they push that one back because of the PowerPoint stuff that they were trying to get in with him. I don't know if they're going to push that back. So we'll see. My mother's heart. He says, the day my son died, I remember absolutely nothing beyond being told that he was dead. I can't imagine what. I can't imagine what. I'm like that with the day that my dad died. With a child, it's I'm dreading the clip. Faye says, I'm dreading the clip about his mom. I guarantee that's what he's about to play, especially because now I said, I think part of Hank Brennan's strategy is he wants the jury to dislike Karen. Because as much as you can tell them to go by the law, it's human nature, even if it shouldn't be jury nature, to go by emotion. And it is easier for people to convict somebody that they don't like. So that was difficult testimony to watch, especially, with any parents on there.
There is another short recess. Hopefully you'll get to walk right through the first session courtroom this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
So I think that playing this part where she's saying, because she says in that docuseries, she talks about how she feels like she was, like when she went to John's house after leaving the hospital, she felt like they thought she did it and she had to get out of there. So she said something about how Peggy O'Keefe said he looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson. So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into two cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence,
That's a reach.
removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence
It's her
about
car,
the cracked
right?
taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense has already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene
It's
other
her
than
car.
to obscure it.
It's
It
her
was
car.
not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This
It's her
was,
car.
again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Honor.
That's a stretch. It's her car. Of course she took her car. That's a stupid argument, in my opinion. Let me know what you think.
With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4,
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing it.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, everything he said was a huge stretch, but
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me,
One.
I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, conscious of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscience of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
Right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness.
that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying to.
No, I
introduce
said
it.
you're,
But-
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it, at this point, that it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
Clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one?
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it too? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
Yeah, I think that did Paul O'Keefe's interview that he did he say, I can't remember what he said in there. Paul O'Keefe's interview, he talked about her coming over that morning. I can't remember what all he said. Did he talk about the interactions at all? It's been a while since I've watched those. I remember he said something about her being there when they told Patrick.
All right, so the court, please, jurors entering.
And Karen wanted to come over and see the kids. Yeah, the going 5 rounds with Mike Tyson thing. Didn't he say something about that they started thinking it was Karen? I think he said like putting the pieces together or something like that after, like once she came there that morning after they left the hospital, when she came over there.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Which kind of goes along with her saying that she felt.
Hey,
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him and hug him. It was quite uncomfortable. I to Dad come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Guarino.
I don't know. It seems like that kind of goes with. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that because I feel like I remember him saying that them being together at the house at that point is when he started thinking like that she did it. And here's Karen Reed saying, yeah, like when I got to the house, I was like, yeah, they think I did it. So I want to go back and see exactly what he said because it sounds like she was. And then even when Peggy was talking about her being at the hospital, like you left him there and. Mr. O'Keefe saying like, leave her alone. She's been through enough. And then her being like, why is she here? So it does sound like she was kind of sounding accusatory in a way. So I can kind of understand if that's the feeling that she was getting. It seems like it would be a valid feeling. I don't think that has anything to do with consciousness of guilt. I think that has to do with perception of tone and attitude towards you. So, that's the way I see it.
Please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thanks. You continue.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Guarino.
Mr. Guarino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But,
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in any specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long, like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only 2 fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data was not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, If it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the gray key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes,
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Gray Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the gray key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally first.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe.
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 PM that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7
You
to
said-
7:30 PM.
Thank you.
Pay attention, Brennan.
When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We placed on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
John O'Keefe's phone. They got John O'Keefe's phone, didn't have the passcode, and they got the passcode on January 31st.
I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies.
So Alessi is doing the cross on this one.
May I?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document.
He's from Alessi.
Look at both pages, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'll just
Oh,
ask
sorry.
you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we
Okay.
can show the jury?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
No. I don't think that they will because they're going to go through all these texts and stuff. I don't think they'll get across.
May I show that exhibit to the jury?
But I could be wrong.
May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
May I approach the witness to point to the pointer?
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so.
oh, okay.
Switch to the top button, please. Can you walk us through what this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says GrayKey progress report, and then it gives the report generation, date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5, 16:10, so it'll be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Gray Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, because we had the passcode. This was the Gray Key agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that, the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprints right here. So it has two, a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, they're unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Gray Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
Trooper Proctor.
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Gray Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
Let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. It tells us. So when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
It's my luncheon special delivery. It's Frito pie from this place down the road. It's so good. So good. It's like Fritos and chili and cheese and sour cream and all those good health foods. Luncheon. So this part of the testimony, anytime it's the digital dudes, it's always like really tedious and boring during the first part. But then I get to the text and reading the text, and then that part's actually a lot more interesting. But this whole boring, tedious stuff is just kind of like, necessary evil to get us to the good stuff. So I know everybody's kind of zoning out, but it'll get more interesting. And they're gone again. It's called a walking taco in Southern Indiana. Yeah, they have them as walking tacos. Like when you put them in, this one's like in like a little, I'll show you. Let me show you my luncheon. See, it's like but they have them to where you can put them like in the actual Fritos bag. Walking taco. Really good.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two documents, sir.
It's Miss Melissa.
Need a copy?
Yeah, they didn't have her passcode until
Do you have an extra copy?
way later. Which, another thing, FYI, make sure your phone code is 6-digit, not 4-digit, because it takes a lot longer to get into it. Like years longer. That's my PSA for the day. That and never talk to police without an attorney. That's my 2 PSAs for the day.
I'm going to show you two documents that actually, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Yes, this is the first one.
Thank you.
Yep.
Exhibit 19.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 20, somewhere.
My phone is pretty boring except for my search history. That alone probably has me on a watch list.
Previous exhibit as well, please. Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes,
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Gray Key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction Gray Key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
I would say we do the same, essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit,
Yes, he is.
in the digital forensic unit.
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Data?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you No, or did you, you ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop, and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output: HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can have half a minute. Half a minute. I'm just gonna start picking up on all the Canton lingo. Start using it in my real life. Lucy, you can only have half a treat.
Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to conclude
Because we know how good
this
you are at
witness's
that.
testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor,
Okay.
subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
They got to call him back because they have to be able to go
Just leave him
through
right-
Thank you.
the presentation.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
All right. Mr. Whitley. All right. Mr. Whitley is the one who is the EMT who is friends with Carrie Roberts, who called Karen Reed snarky and didn't like Karen
Please
Reed.
solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes,
Do you remember that day?
yes,
Were you working?
yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkabog Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
And as a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for example.
Okay, real quick, I'm just going to pause this for a second. I see some of you asking, the reason that they sent Guarino home and they're going to bring him back is because last night at like 10 or 11 o'clock, Brennan sends over this presentation that he's going to use with the text messages on there. So this morning before court got started, the defense was like, hold up, partner. We haven't had a chance to look at this and verify this. We don't want to enter it in front of the jury because we want a chance to look over this first. And the judge agreed. So they got the boring stuff out of the way, I guess. But so they got all that stuff done. And they're sending him to be recalled because they are giving the defense time to look over that presentation so that they can approve or make any objections if it's not accurate or whatever. So they're sending him on his merry way and we'll bring him back. This one, this is Daniel Whitley. Now, Daniel Whitley is the one who last time he was called on day 4 of trial, and he testified that like the other EMTs that were there with Karen Reed that were hearing her were like, yeah, she was, really upset, and she was saying something about, being worried. She had just done CPR on her husband and she was distraught. And they kept saying husband, that she said husband, that he that she was distraught and, she was really worried and all of that. And then this guy says something a little different. He's like, yeah, she was she was hysterical and stuff, but he said that she was saying where the others were saying that she had said something about how like, oh, I can't take, how am I supposed to take care of the kids? How I can't take care of the kids or whatever, like how Kerry Roberts was saying earlier that Karen was saying to her, I'm going to get rid of myself and you'll have to take care of the kids or whatever it was. She said, he said something about how she was like, those aren't my kids. I'm not taking his kids. And then he said that she was snarky. And he said that Karen asked him if he knew Kerry Roberts. And he said, yes, like they're friends or whatever. So the way that his whole testimony came out, he sounded kind of like he was kind of protective of Kerry Roberts, and he did not he is not a Karen Reed fan. He is also the only one who said anything about her saying something about what was it that he said something about, like how long would he have to be out there to without a coat or something like that, basically making it sound like the how long to die in the cold thing, but he was the only one who heard it. So this guy is very memorable from the last trial because his testimony was very different than the others, and you could tell that he was like, I'm not a Karen Reed fan, I'm a Kerry Roberts fan, and we don't like her. She doesn't even go here. So that's kind of how his attitude was. So
Zach?
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very Limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning, have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was, we had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean, so it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that, you know, we have a Section 12 that states we have, you know, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says, we have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Bach.
Sam Bach?
Bach, B-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes, well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying, one instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Same
Would you
exact thing
describe
happened
her
last
demeanor
year.
as
But you said snarky
even
last
through
year.
that, right?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and asked the doc if.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
Objection.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection. Last one.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We would dispatch for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at
All right.
Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within
It was
the hour.
6:42.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from your,
Well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
Or at
your
least
station.
the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
So
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Pock.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the station 1 engine.
The station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There was a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so
Yep.
you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct, and civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I want to see it, please.
Okay, so I'll fast forward a little bit through sidebar since I paused it a second ago because we're a few seconds behind. But they went through this last time too because he asked, they asked on cross-examination last time. They're like, okay, you're saying that she was giving them a hard time at the hospital about peeing in a cup, whatever. And he's like, do you realize that she has all of these medical conditions? And he listed out the medical conditions that she has. So that was last time. That's almost verbatim what he said last time about, he was like, when he was talking about her, he kind of came across as like, not bitter is maybe not the right word, but also it kind of is the right word. But he was the only one that talked about her like that. So it was kind of entertaining to watch how he tiptoed around, like calling her names. And he said something about how he was like, I don't know, the whole thing just struck me as snarky. And they're like, objection, move to strike. So she struck it. And this time he's like, I don't know, it was just bizarre. And objection, move to strike. So they strike it. I don't know if he thought like, well, this year I'll try for bizarre. And we'll see if we can get that in there on the record. No, sir. It's struck. Struck from the record.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time
Persistent.
or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay, and you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with the hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
Bizarre.
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct
I'll help you.
examination, did
You said bizarre.
characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on
Hold on. The defense team is in our chat because they're saying everything I just said.
February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have the fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there've been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, which, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
That was decided in the order for Karen's
Well,
blood.
it did, I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral / psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this
Okay, first of all, if they had a box at the hospital that was like, check this box if she's snarky, I would be a goner.
case, it's listed as anxiety / emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record,
But it's murder trial
recorded
testimony
that,
appropriate.
Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see.
Canton, Massachusetts, where butts make and answer calls, nobody drives sober, and memory gets better with time. That needs to be on the brochure. I'm a recovering ummer.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speculation.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he
Yes.
dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Also, to be fair, they're sitting here talking about, you know, he's like upset that Karen Reed said something about, like, you know, when he's talking about the support system, and he's like, if you really knew Kerry Roberts, you wouldn't be saying that. To be fair, Kerry Roberts did just get up there and say, you know, she literally just testified that she got up there and she like said that she kept telling Karen to shut up and she didn't want to be around her because she was too loud. And she told Jen McCabe, that girl is crazy. So as long as we're talking about support systems, maybe it's not that far of a stretch to think that Kerry's not the biggest Karen Reed support system out there. Just throwing ideas out there. Just my interpretation. Just how I see that. And yes, and the shoes. And Kerry Roberts does not support Karen Reed not taking off her shoes because, you know, if you don't take your shoes off, you're for sure a murderer. Yeah, I would, if Snark was on a medical chart, I'd be screwed. We're getting towards the end of the day, so we will probably be wrapping it up shortly. I have in my notes from the last trial that he came across as bitter to me, especially because his testimony was different than the others, which is actually kind of interesting because it's no surprise that Brennan, out of the EMTs that got called, Brennan's like, oh, this one doesn't like Karen. Let's get this one up here. Like, hey, bro, remember how you got in trouble for saying snarky last year? Let's try a different word. Let's go with bizarre. Throw it out there, see what sticks. It's also stricken from the record, but you can't unring that bell. They heard it. It's bizarre. You know, whatever. The way that Brendan is going about this is 100% let's use emotions of the juries, you know, emotion of the jurors to, like, let's get them to hate her. Easier to convict somebody that you don't like. Let's get everybody who doesn't like her and call them up there.
It'll be short. I don't want to keep you folks there until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful on your social media, okay? Thank you.
Disregard it.
All rise, please. Please follow me.
Jurors dismissed. Let's see if they have any more discussions. I can't stay past 4 p.m. I can't.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated. Sorry about that. It's my fault.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure.
Auntie Bev wants a mixtape. Make Auntie Bev a mixtape of all the clips.
Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link
Oh,
on Monday that we sent,
all
but
right.
I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can,
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file and
All
we'll
right, you
give,
talk to Tori about it. Okay, Tori, you'll get it for me. All right,
the intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
all right. Have your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
I'll
All
fix
right.
that
All right,
failure.
anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No,
I
you're right.
All
like
right, we'll
that.
see you tomorrow.
I'll fix that failure. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. Hey, is my husband still watching? Every time you're in trouble now, that's how I want you to respond. I'm sorry, wife. I'll fix that failure. I like that. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? Judge Kennedy is going to get her mixtape of all the clips, and we'll see what else is in store for us there. I'll fix that failure. Love that. Love that. All right. So chat, hashtag FTF, fix that failure. Yes. New merch idea. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? What stands out to you today? The snark is real. Look, if I'm telling you that if Yanetti's sitting there going through the medical report, like, oh, did this box have a place for you to document snark? No, not there. Let's check the next one. I was rolling. That was a moment. That was a moment. Too funny. Too funny. Do we know if Karen and John had been fighting recently, trying to figure out why Mama asked why Karen was there? They had kind of off and on, like they had over the past, like, couple months leading up to that, they had some rocky times. There were some arguments, but then it's like, if you look at the text over the course of that day, he was like, they got into an argument that morning because he says in the text, he's like, I always have to be the bad guy. And she's like, they got into a text or into an argument that morning, and she said something about how, like, you really hurt me this time, and you were, really harsh or whatever, however she worded it. And he was like, yeah, sorry. I said, I'm sorry, whatever. So they kind of go back and forth about what exactly happened. They are arguing, and she says that she feels like all of their arguments come from, her being around the kids. He says that he doesn't like that he always has to be the bad guy, and he felt like she spoiled the kids. And so she got to kind of like, buy them stuff and take them to Dunkin' Donuts and do all these things, which didn't Kerry Roberts say yesterday that John was always taking them to Dunkin' Donuts? Anyway, so she, spoiled them too much or whatever, and he had to be the bad guy, and he didn't like that, which I totally get that. I totally get not liking being the bad guy. Like, lived that life. Being a single mom too, it's like, you have to be the bad guy all the time. And then you get like the fun uncles and, grandmas and stuff that get to come steal all the glory when you have to be, the one that makes them like brush their teeth and wash their armpits and all those things that boys don't like to do. So I get it. I do get it. But their conversations a lot of that day are kind of going back and forth about that. And she says something about, not coming out there to Canton, and she's going to stay at her house. And he's like, no, you need to come out. There was like that time during the day where she's wanting to, whatever their issues are, she's wanting to like resolve them now and talk now. And he's like, no, I can't talk now. I've got, his dad was there, and then he's got doctor's appointment with Patrick, and all these things happening, and she's wanting to talk, whatever, and he won't. He's like, stop calling me, because she keeps trying to call and talk, and then they don't talk for a little while, and then he's like, okay, well, well, come on, are you coming, and whatever. And so then he's like, well, you need to be coming here, because I'm going to rely on you for a ride home. And so the whole thing ends with him, wanting her to come there. So it was basically kind of one of those, like, they had their lovey-dovey moments, like what we saw on the video of them that night. And then they also had their like toxic, I'm going to try to, like make you jealous type stuff, or, whatever they had going on the side. So it's kind of, that's a very long answer for a simple question. When I say that, like when you say they're fighting, yes, but they were also lovey-dovey. They were kind of back and forth a lot over that last couple months. And so that was part of what had been talked about last trial as like a motive, which with a husband and life insurance policies, that works a lot easier than with, a boyfriend that lives in a separate home. So that's a little, the motive thing was always a stretch for me. Let's see. What stands out to me today, prosecution is doing their best to damage Karen Reed and hoping the jury will dislike her. I totally agree. I do think that is a big part of his whole spiel. That's not the right word for that. His whole plan. Come up with a better word. I totally agree, though. All right, our official stats from Marie Moss: 4 witnesses, 8 sidebars, 57 objections. 57 objections. Whitley said 89 times. Oh my gosh, Marie Moss counted them. Marie Moss, our official stat, she counted the ums. He said 89 times. You're the real MVP, Marie Moss. And note of Kerry's testimony: piece of metal sticking up and could scratch someone. Yeah, the last time she talked about that taillight too, she said that there was a little black hole, and this time that was a little bit different. Stephanie says, Brady, I just want to thank you for your time and interest in this case. As a person who listened to all 44 at the time podcast in less than a week, your voice is a welcome companion to my day. 44 in a week. That's a lot. I appreciate your dedication. I think we're up to what, 40? This will be episode 48 this week, I think. We're like all up in here. It's been a long ride, right? But I'm so glad I get to do this with y'all. I thank you for listening, and thank you so much for hanging out here, because this has been fun. Ashley Flowers, hello. How do you think Hank is doing compared to Lally? That is a good question. Okay, I think that their styles are totally different. I think that where Lally is very much like kind of like, it's the end of day 2. We haven't heard about the apron being clear one time, and we've only heard about it snowing like 4 times. So already that is totally different. But also I think that he is going much more on an emotion-based prosecution than a hammer all of the details in until, you're hoping something sinks kind of prosecution like Lally does. So it's very different. I think that in a circumstantial case like this, the style that Lally had is not super effective, because you can be kind of monotone and, I don't want to say boring, but you can be kind of less emotional, more methodical, I guess, in a case that has some more physical evidence. But when everything is relying on making the jury believe something that's based on so much circumstantial evidence that has so many issues with it, I think that takes some putting things together in a cohesive way, but also it takes a little bit of emotion. And I think that seems to be kind of his MO with this. So it's totally different. But I do think that he has been more effective so far than Lally. We were like 2 weeks in, more than 2 weeks, like probably 3 weeks in, by the time we finally heard the first thing about what may or may not have happened to John O'Keefe in the last trial. And that was crazy to think about, the jurors that weren't so wrapped up in it like we were, and that are going in here kind of not knowing what they're supposed to be looking for, what the story is. So I think that at least that part alone, especially with the openings, is very, very different and more effective. But man, it is very different. It is very different. Brandon's whole case hinges on the media clips to reinforce witness testimony, but he keeps failing. Maybe he should fix that. I think that the big thing about that is, being able to use her words against her that's like the risk you take when you do any kind of media. And which is why most defense attorneys are like, no, sis, we're not talking to anybody until afterwards, but she did, it's there, it's here, they're using it. So I think that the big part of this is taking some of those clips out of context. So it's going to be interesting to see how the defense kind of combats some of that. Like the one that today where they argued about when she said that Miss O'Keefe like leaned over the island in the kitchen and was like, well, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. Objecting to that one, but not the other one. I think with some of those, they're going to have to kind of pick and choose their battles. But keep in mind, for them to keep something out, they have to have some kind of legal basis for it. And for Brennan to be able to bring it in, he has to have some kind of legal basis for it. So they can't just like pick and choose everything. Like, hey, y'all, I'm going to put on this docuseries. Y'all watch this and then tell me what you think. Because, that would probably be a lot more entertaining than some of the testimony that we hear in these trials. But it's not really how it works. So it's interesting to hear the arguments behind what they say and why they want to bring in certain things and why they want to exclude certain things. So, but man, doing those interviews can be tricky for that reason. It can be tricky for that reason. Unlikable doesn't make one a killer. And that is absolutely true. I think that it makes it easier to convict somebody. And I think that prosecutors will rely on that a lot. But that is one of the reasons that they have the rules in court where it's like, we hear all the time about something being more prejudicial than probative. If there's something that will make the jury not like somebody or look at them differently, that's not allowed in because of that specific reason. I say that's not allowed in. It can be, they have to litigate it and all that stuff, but you can object to things coming in for that specific reason. Because if you can say to the judge, that's more prejudicial than probative. Think about the Melly trial. They had all of his Snapchat videos where he's holding guns and all of this stuff. Okay, having guns and showing off on Snapchat, trying to, look cool or whatever and be in your persona or whatever, that is one thing. That doesn't necessarily make you a killer. So if people see like, oh, well, he has all these guns in his thing, so he probably is the shooter, that can be more prejudicial because it can change the way that the jury's looking at them, and it can impact their ability to be impartial and fair when they're determining whether or not there's evidence to support this charge. Him being on Snapchat with a whole bunch of guns and trying to look cool is not evidence in a murder trial. That is more prejudicial than probative. So that's the kind of thing that is generally kept out. So having said that, there are things that are admissible that do make juries not like defendants and not like witnesses. And we see a lot of that in this case with, you know, different situations happening with witnesses, you know, that, and not just in this case, in others too. So it's interesting. It's so interesting. Wait, what's the piece of metal? Are they going to say he hit his head on that? I don't know that they are, because they keep talking about the back of his head being hit on the ground. I think if it was, if there's metal sticking out, I think that they could try to say that that's part of what caused the scratches, but if there's no blood and tissue on it, I don't know how they're going to make that part of it. So I think that's kind of an uphill battle, but it'll be interesting to see what all they say about it. So we'll see. Rima says it's only going to get spicier. That is 100% facts. 100% facts. The defense attorney is awesome. So there are a few of them who, like in different trials that I've watched where the defense attorneys can kind of make or break a case too, because, and the prosecutors, because some of them you watch and you're like, oh, this guy again. And then some of them you get up and you're like, okay, I could totally disagree with what they're saying, but I love the way they argue. And so I think that the style of attorneys a lot of times can have a huge part in how much eye rolling I do and how much I pay attention. And that's a big part for the jury too, is how much they paid attention, because you want a defense attorney or a prosecutor that can really capture their attention and keep their attention. So, Rachel Allen says, I'll be honest, I do think Brennan is doing a bit better than Lally. Lally, I feel, didn't really care. Tad laziness to him. I don't know that he didn't care. I think that he just doesn't have that, that engaging type of attitude, or not even attitude really. It's kind of like that engaging, like charisma. And you could be a great lawyer when it comes to knowing the book stuff, but if you can't like command a room and you can't engage the jury, it just kind of, everything else kind of falls flat a lot of times. So I think that was something that was really missing for him. And because he was so monotone, I think that can come across as him not caring, because he doesn't sound passionate about it, if that makes sense. But I could be wrong. That's just my perception. Let's see. What happened to the glass in John O'Keefe's face? I thought they would bring it up in Kerry's cross. They did ask her if Brennan asked her if she saw a piece of glass in his nose, and she said no, and then it was just never touched on again. I thought that he may be bringing that up because he wanted to play that one clip where she says that she like picked a little, like she said it was like a splinter is how she described it, right? I think it's how she said it. She was like a splinter that she kind of picked out of his nose, and then it started bleeding. So, but yeah, she said she didn't see it. And then they just kind of didn't bring it on again. Kerry Roberts was on Good Morning America this morning. I have not watched what she said yet, but I did see that they had that on this morning. And I think somebody said that that interview was recorded like the day before trial started. Is that right? But I haven't got to see what it said yet. So they had our little clip on the Today Show yesterday, for those of you who saw it. I didn't know they were showing it. And then my mama sent it to me, and one of my friends sent it to me. And then I was like, oh, look at us. Hey, jurors. Hi, Crime Junkie jurors. I see y'all. And Kerry returning her back to the kids won't make her likable. Yeah, I do think that the way that it's being said, because here's the thing. if you watch the last trial, there were witnesses that were like, yeah, she loved those because she did so much for them. You know, she was the Kolakithis, when they testified, they were like, yeah, she, you know, planned their parties and she was always doing things for them. And so we hear so much about how much they did. And even like, you know, John's brother and sister-in-law had said something about how much Karen did for the kids. And then, so you hear all of that from the people that are close to him. And then you hear a testimony like from Whitley that we heard today, where he's like, yeah, she was like, I can't take care of those kids, or, you know, however he worded it. So it's so different from what we heard from the people who were close to him. And then there were those texts last year where she's, you know, having her whole moment. She even talked about, I think in one of the interviews, talking to her dad about how she's like, you know, I'm not a parent. I don't know how to navigate certain things that parents are expected to navigate. And she struggled with that and talked to her parents about that. So I think that the way that some of it is presented to the jury will definitely be intentional. So it'll be interesting to see how that is, you know, what's presented to the jury on both sides as far as all of that stuff goes. So, let's see. Kerry Roberts' way of talking to Karen in the midst of a crisis, shut up, would be very much a reason for Karen to not feel Roberts was a good support system. Yeah. And I'll say this, it seems like a lot of people in this group, these are not like the warm and fuzzy type of, you know, like these are not the, like, let me like hug you and, you know, nurture you and cry with you type. Like a lot of these they come across as very abrasive, but I think that it's not in like in a mean way. I think it's just kind of their nature. I think that's just how Kerry Roberts is. I think that's just how Karen Reed is. I think that a lot of them are just kind of like rough in that way. I guess rough isn't the right word. It's kind of just, I don't know, just not like that sensitive, nurturing type, just very kind of to the point, very upfront, you know, no nonsense, straight shooters, and not the, you know, nurturing kumbaya type. So I think that sometimes that can come across, especially when it's being relayed. I think that it can come across a certain way, but so many of the witnesses in this trial have that. And I keep getting told, you know, that's just like, especially from people in the area, people are like, that's just how we are. That's how we talk to each other. You know, you haven't like said good morning to somebody unless you've cussed them out. And I keep hearing that. And so I think that that's kind of some of what we're seeing. So, but it's interesting to hear some of it being relayed, because it does come across in a kind of abrasive way sometimes. So interesting stuff. Let's see. I'm a little bit behind on chat because I'm trying to read what all y'all say, because I love hearing what all of you say. Did Kerry mention the piece of the metal last trial? I don't think I had that in my notes. Let me look at my little handy dandy spreadsheet. She testified on day 16, I think. I do have, I don't remember if she did or not. Let's see. I had that she saw the cracked taillight with a little black hole and snow caked on it. And the whole thing about the shoes. That's going to give me a complex, because now every time I go somewhere, I'm going to be like, I better take my shoes off, because otherwise they might think that I am a murderer. Let me take my shoes off. Let me take my shoes off. Let me take my shoes off. Was the door open to Sandra Birchmore's case? We'll see. Brennan did ask about, you know, him doing this for other cases and what he's had to do for other cases and that kind of thing. the judge acts as the gatekeeper. So what one judge may say opens the door, another judge is like, nope, that door is still shut. And then the attorney will still try to get it like in the window or something. So that kind of depends on the judge. We'll see what they say. Guarino will be back. They have that whole presentation of the text that the defense still has to look over before it can come in. So he will be back on the stand and we will hear all of that. So if being snarky is wrong, I don't want to be right. Megal, you are speaking my love language right now. I hear you. I see you. I relate to you. Blunt is a good word. Blunt is a good word. That's a good word. They are blunt. And sometimes, you know, that can come across, especially when you're saying it out loud. Things that are blunt can, you know, come across a certain way. So, you know, it depends. Maybe not warm and fuzzy. Max says, you just go to a home Red Sox game to understand the characters that live around here. That's a case study in and of itself, right? That's funny. All right. So end of day 2, guys. End of day 2. We made it. It was an interesting day. There was some emotions too. The testimony of Miss O'Keefe. My mama's heart will always bleed when I hear any parent talking about the loss of a child. So that part will always be difficult. It will never not be difficult anytime I hear it. That will always be one of those things that will always make me incredibly sad. I cannot imagine having to lose a child. I especially cannot imagine having to lose 2 children. I just cannot even think about being in that situation or how painful that would be. So, my mama's heart just breaks anytime something like that comes up. I can't even think about it. That part's always hard. The cross-examination of Kerry Roberts with the cross-examination was a little bit choppy, but I got where he was going. I think right now what we're really seeing as far as the cross-examinations go, the big theme that we're kind of seeing at this point is showing the evolution of testimony and the evolution of the reports and what has happened from the beginning until now, because that's kind of been the thing that we've gone through so far with Kerry Roberts and with firefighter Nuttall and with Daniel Whitley. And so I think that that's kind of our theme at this point, which goes along with what the defense is saying about how, you know, once everything initially happened, people were saying one thing. As time progressed, stories progressed, things changed, and, you know, these certain key players had a hand on everything, and now we have coordinated testimony. So that seems to be kind of where they're steering this ship. So we'll see what else comes out. I will try to find out who is on our agenda for tomorrow. I assume we will probably have Guarino back because they will have a chance to look at his the presentation that Brennan did of the text message and stuff. So they may have him back. So I'll try to find that out, and then we'll come back and do it all again tomorrow. We'll try to get the recap out later today, and see what happens. Brandi, I really appreciate your sports reference of icing the kicker. I use sports references for a lot of things when I'm trying to explain how they work, because that is the way that my dad taught me life lessons, is through sports references. So it works for me, and so that's what I use. So thank you all so much for hanging out. If you have not hit the like button yet, please do so. If you have not subscribed yet, make sure you do, and hit your little notifications little bells. I don't know why I have to be little. Hit your notifications, and that way you never miss a live and you never miss an update. And we'll be back here tomorrow. I can't wait to see what is in store for us tomorrow. What do you think? Tell me what you think and put it in comments. Let me know what you think. What are your predictions for tomorrow and what's going to happen? Every day that we get through this, we are one day closer to finding out what happens. So make sure you check out the recap, and the podcast episode will be out later in the week. That will be more of a deep dive. The recaps are great because they're just kind of like these are the high points of what happened today. This is what you missed. I know somebody, like y'all were asking in chat earlier about comparing things. That would be more of like a deep dive podcast thing. The recaps are great because they're just kind of like a high points on everything that happened and the big things, like the big takeaways from the day. So make sure you check those out. Are you able to go back and watch the old lives? Yes, they should be on here. If you click on lives on the page, all the ones from the first trial are on the other page, the Brandi Churchwell YouTube. All of the ones from this trial are on this one. I'll see if they're not in a playlist already. I'll make sure we get them in a playlist so they're easier to get to. Let me make a note because I say that now, and then my ADD will kick in, and then I'll forget all about it. And then tomorrow you'll ask me, and then I'll have to say, what was it? I will fix that failure. Love a new phrase. Love a new phrase. We'll make sure it happens for you. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. Hit the like button if you haven't. Enjoy your Wednesday, and I will see you tomorrow bright and early on Friday Eve. Take care. Take care. Take care. Take care. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow.